Powerlifting is a sport composed by three main disciplines called lifts. They are, in order, squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each athlete has 3 attempts with 1 minute per attempt
to start the lift.
There are 3 referees, and each of them give a white light in case of a good lift and a red light in case of a no lift.
The athletes are separated per weight, age and sex category. The sum of each of the best attempts per lift builds the total, and the athlete with the bigger total is the winner. In case of a draw, the lighter lifter wins.
The squat is the first movement of the competition. On that lift, the use of the legs and the back is extremely important. Once the athlete stands erect with his knees locked and the bar on his back, the central referee gives the squat command. The lifter then bends his knees and lowers his body until the top surface of the legs at the hip joint are lower than the top surface of his knees. He then comes back up, locking his knees and hips in order to complete the lift. The central referee will then give the rack command, and the athlete has to put the bar on the squat rack. There are 3 main mistakes to avoid in order to not have a no lift on the squat. First, if the athlete isn't standing erect with his knees locked at the beginning and at the end of the squat event. Second, if the proper competition depth isn't reached at the bottom of the movement. Third, if the athlete doesn't complete the lift with a single upward movement, meaning if the bar goes down during the ascent of the movement.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. I'm Amelia Potter, joined here today by Elias de Boek.
Good morning, Amelia. How are you doing today?
I'm doing so well, thank you for asking. We have a great lineup of lifters this morning. The 69 kilo sub-junior and junior women. As you can see the running order here, we are beginning with the sub-juniors in the first flight, followed by 2 flights of 69 kilo juniors. It is a heavily stacked class here today.
And that was the buzzer right there, indicating the competition has started.
$80 kilos for Ayane Ueda of Japan.
"17 years of age and has been competing for 2 years. Lovely and deep.
And that is a good lift.
Whenever we are talking about depth, we are looking at the hip crease, and it has to be lower than the top of the knee. And as you can see right there, that was well below.
We now have 100 kilos on the bar for Shante Mulder of South Africa, and I believe she also competed in the equit earlier in the week.
And she got up quite well, and it is 2-1, good lift. So 1 red card from the left side referee calling it for depth.
Yeah, but I think she'll be okay there. Seems like she just dipped in. We now have Frances Viljoen of South Africa, 107.5 kilos.
She has been competing for 1 year, and this is to match her personal best. Looks like a nice opener.
And it is 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next from Finland is Nini Kopela, trying out 110 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
We now have Nini Kopela of Finland, 110 kilos. And that looked nice and easy for Nini.
Nini Kopela, Finland.
And
It's a
3
good
white
lift.
lights, it's a good lift.
Coming up next, Alicia Rolek from
Finnish
Poland,
team
trying out
representing
150
really
kilograms
well
to bar.
in both equipped and the classic so far this week.
Alicia Rolek, Poland.
Alicia Rocek of Poland opening on 110 kilos. You can see she has the arms of the rack pushed in here. And usually on the lighter lifters, you see this so they avoid clipping the rack. When we get to the 120, 120 plus men, you usually see them grasp on the outside because they are pretty large people.
She got up quite nicely. And that is a 2 white light, good lift.
Yeah, it just gets called for depth on that right-hand side. This is the side she gets the white from, so won't be able to tell 100% what that referee saw, but she does walk the line there, and usually lifters do have one hip that struggles to get quite as low as the other. We now have Veronika Sirani of Czechia, 115 kilos.
And a little bit of a sticking point midway, but she fought through, and it is a 3 white light, good lift.
Coming up next, Stefanka Radeva from the Czech Republic. 17 years of age, trying out 120 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Stepanka Radova of Czechia now, 120 kilos for her opening attempt. And squats lovely and deep, a little bit hard on the way up there, but manages to stand it up and get a good lift. Nerves sometimes do one of two things for lifters. They either cut depth or they really overly sink it. You often see.
Olivia is only 16 years of age.
130 kilos for Olivia Meek of Ireland.
And has been competing for 1 year.
Only 16 years old.
Yeah, and her first year competing, already her squat PB is 136 kilos, a record in Ireland. So just 6 kilos below that here on our opener. It looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that 136 must have been this year because she's only been competing for a year, so incredibly impressive.
The bar is loaded.
132.5 kilos for Emily Byrne of Great Britain.
She hasn't even been competing for 1 year. An opening with her personal best. You will see that quite often with the sub-juniors, as their rate of adaptation is quite high.
Very narrow stance there for Emily, and a strong looking opener.
8.
And it's a good lift.
Coming up next is Haya Khaled from Egypt. Throwing out 132.5. The bar is loaded.
We have Haya Khaled of Egypt, 132.5 kilos. Looks like a custom Phoenix singlet there. It's very cool.
Nice and deep,
Yeah, lovely strong opener.
just like you want it to be. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, and Haya Khaled of Egypt will be fighting for that first place overall all the way throughout the day today with Lois Anderton of Great Britain, as well as Emily Byrne of Great Britain. Amina Karimova of Kazakhstan, our penultimate opener with 140 kilos.
Amina Karimova, Kazakhstan.
And that looks like a good squat. It is 2-1. Only had 1 red card from the right side referee. Let's take a look at the replay. Just remember this is our left side. And that looks good to me.
Yeah, I think she'll be okay there. Obviously, with 1 red, the jury has the opportunity to turn it over, but they all have to agree. We now have 145 kilos, our heaviest opening squat for Lois Anderton of Great Britain. This is a huge opener for a sub-junior lifter. Already 10 kilos above her max.
Lovely and deep.
And that is a good lift. Looked a little bit hard there on the way up, but I think she may have just oversunk it there on her opener to be safe. But that concludes our opening attempts with all of the lifters managing to get a squat on the board. They can now grow from here. Our second attempt now, Ayane Ueda of Japan, 92.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. Ooh, it's a fight. Unfortunately, can't quite get through that sticking point in the middle. Has another shot of that on her third. And it looked hard, but it looks like that she could possibly get through that sticking point. Doesn't look impossible, but it's definitely top end.
Yeah, the bar started tilting a little bit. And if she can keep that in place, I think she can fight through.
Shante Mulder of South Africa now, jumping 7.5 kilos to 107.5. Ooh, struggled there to get past that sticking point. She was really, really slow into the hole, maybe feeling a bit tentative about the weight on the bar. It was 2.5 kilos above her max, so maybe got in her head a little bit there. 115 kilos for Nini Kapola of Finland, a 5 kilo jump from her opener.
And wow, that was fast. I'm looking at the jury, at the judges, sorry, and it is a two white light good lift. Only the center referee giving a red for depth.
Yeah, let's look at that from the side because it's always harder to tell from the front, and it's definitely borderline. But if it's borderline, usually we want to err on the side of the lifters. We have Alicia Rocek of Poland, 115 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from her opener. And she stands it up.
We're looking at the referees, and unfortunately, 2-1, no lift.
Yeah, both side referees calling depth there, and as we mentioned before, that usually has the best angle for depth. She does get a good lift from the center referee, so the jury can turn it over should they want to, but they seem to agree with the decision. 115 kilos for Francis Viljoen of South Africa. This is a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener and 7.5 kilos above her current squat PB. And it's still moving well.
And that is a 3 white light good lift. Nice squat.
Coming up next, Veronika Sileni from the Czech Republic tries out 120 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Veronika Sirani of Czechia jumping to 120 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from her opener. And actually her squat PB is pretty large. It's at 150 kilos. But obviously that could have been done in a different weight class, or she could be going through an injury. Or it definitely could be equipped as well. Does a good job with 120 and 2-1-8. Good lift. Just a depth call on that right hand side referee. Just quite an interesting sticking point it seems as well. Right there near the top.
And I think she does need to make sure she is fully upright. She does not want to be more in a slant.
127.5 kilos for Stepanka Radova of Czechia. Still has one more year in the sub-juniors following this year.
And if I remember correctly, she just broke her squat personal best on her opener, looking to increase it 7.5 more.
Yeah, just it looked a little bit hard straight out of the hole there, which usually indicates that it's a strength issue. Her knees did begin to cave a little bit there from the hole, which I don't recall from her opener. So a bit of a breakdown of form. 137.5 kilos for Olivia Meek of Ireland.
This will also be another national record for her. only 16 years of age.
Nice and strong for Olivia.
That is a good lift, 3 wide lights.
Emily Brown from the Red Britain tries out 140 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
And the bar is loaded for Emily Byrne from Great Britain. Went up 7.5 kilos from her opener to 140 kilos.
Yeah, her opener looked nice and strong as well. And it's still looking good there for Emily. And it's a good lift, 3 white lights.
I even thought she kicked it up a notch.
Yeah, maybe has a good feel for the platform and her strength today and is a little bit more confident after that opener. 140 kilos for Haya Khaled of Egypt, a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener.
"18 years old and has already been competing for 8 years.
Wow, that is a long time. And you can tell by her composure on the platform.
That was a beautiful squat.
2-1-8, good lift. A depth call from the left-hand side referee, and we will be able to see that side here in the replay. I think she'll be fine with that.
18 years of age and has been competing for 6 years. She tries out now 125 kilograms. The bar is loaded. Amina Karimova.
145 kilos for Amina Karimova of Kazakhstan. 5 kilo jump from her opener.
That was a nice squat. It was a bit hard, but it does not matter. It is a 3 white light, good lift.
She's going to try 120
Kept her
kilograms.
composure really nicely there.
Louise Anderton.
150 kilos now for Lois Anderton of Great Britain.
And that was a deep squat.
Similar sticking point to before, but she can still work through it. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Perhaps nearing her top end there.
Yeah, I was about to say she took a 5 kilo jump. What do you think for her third?
If she maintains that depth, you can see her knee is kind of moving in more and more as it gets heavier. I'd say 2.5 kilos probably is a sensible jump there. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that is a sensible jump as well.
And that concludes our second attempt. We move straight through now to our third and final attempts. And we have Ayane Ueda of Japan jumped 12.5 kilos from her opener, missed it on her second, and reattempting it now on her third. And that was much better. I thought it was a case of just fighting through it a little bit harder. And it is a good lift. 2-1, a depth pull from this left-hand side referee. So let's check that out. I think she'll be okay with that. The jury seem happy and agree with the referees. Shante Mulder of South Africa missed 107.5 on her second, looking to get 110 kilos now on her third.
Yeah, and as we said on her second attempt, she was tilting a little bit with her barbell. If she can keep it in place, I think she can fight through.
No, I think it's just a little bit too heavy for her today, unfortunately. I'm not sure really why they moved it up. Maybe they thought it would be able to help her, but I can't see the reason behind it. But unfortunately, it's a no lift. 115 kilos for Alicia Roczek of Poland. Missed this on her second and looking to get it now on her third and final attempt.
As a lifter, you can always ask the spotters to center your bar. You don't need to do it yourself and burn up too much energy.
And she fights it up this time round. Is it deep enough? It is. 3 white lights, a good lift for Alicia.
Coming up next from South Africa is Travis's resort. And he's going to try 120 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
120 kilos for Francis Viljoen of South Africa.
And that was nice and deep. It was a struggle, but a nice looking third attempt. And it is a 3 white light good lift.
Coming up next, the Nini Koppa from Finland.
Now the 5 kilo PB for her.
22.5 kilos. The bar is loaded.
122.5 kilos for Nini Kapola of Finland.
Now 16, Nini Koppa tries out 122.
16 years old, has already been competing for 4 years.
Wow. And another 7.5 kilos to her squat. Did not phase her at all. 3 white lights, a wonderful lift.
Yeah, really nice final attempt from Nini. And she did really well in the equipped as well. Very strong young lady.
The bar is loaded. Veronika Sirny.
Veronika Sirny of Czechia, 125 kilos for her third and final attempt. Ooh, and she's fighting, but a good catch from the spotters and loaders there, and can't quite make it through that breaking point, a sticking point, sorry, in the middle.
Coming up next, Stefan Karadina from Czechia tries out 127.5. The bar is loaded.
Yeah, similar to before, quite a high up sticking point there.
Stefanka has failed her second attempt with 127.5.
Stepanka Rodova of Czechia retaking 127.5 kilos after missing it on her second, looking to claim the extra 7.5 kilos now.
Oh, and a wonderful catch. That could have ended up very badly if she did not have any spotters. Luckily, we have a great team.
Yeah.
And just take a look. She was never in any danger right there.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job there, and usually we say stay with the bar, but she didn't really have a choice there. So a great job. 142.5 kilos for Emily Byrne of Great Britain. A 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Her second looked good.
And we have 3 attempts in a row with the same weight, but she is the lightest. I'm sorry, Mike is the lightest.
Ooh,
And that was a nice fight.
yeah, really perfect third attempt there from Emily, and a good lift. Got through that sticking point really well. Even fooled the spotter there. Then got ya. I was going to push through. We now have Haya Khaled of Egypt, 142.5 kilos. This won't move her into squat bronze. As you said, she is heavier than Byrne.
But she is in projected total the favorite for today, and only 7.5 kilo between her and second and third place for now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight race, so the extra kilos are going to really help heading into bench.
Projected total is of course the sum of the numbers we know they are about to attempt if they were to be successful. And that was strong.
Yeah, it looks like she's got energy left to go into bench. And 2-1, a good lift. A depth call from that left-hand side referee, the same as last time.
Exactly the same indeed.
So maybe that hip just struggles a little bit more than the other does.
But on the other hand, you only need 2 white lights.
Absolutely. We have Olivia Mike of Ireland, not Meek, 152.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from her second. And this will move her into squat bronze as she is lighter than Byrne. Wow, an amazing third attempt from Olivia.
And a 3 white light. Good lift, and she is hyped.
Arguably, 145 could have been there if she needed it. But it was
But she
all
does
she
need
needed.
it for a bronze medal.
Yeah, she walks away with squat bronze. Just 2 squats remaining, and first up we have Amina Karimova of Kazakhstan. Already has squat silver. That won't change that, but the kilos are going to help if she wants to fight for podium overall. She's jumped 2.5 kilos from her second.
Wow, what a fight. She kept composure really well.
Yeah, did a really good job of that. Unfortunately not quite there today, but kept her position and composure excellently.
And she only took a 2.5 kilo jump, so she does not lose any kilos onto her total, as 145 was the highest weight she could have possibly done.
Lois Anderton of Great Britain, our final squat of this first flight of ladies before moving into the first flight of junior lifters. 152.5 kilos for Lois, and I think this is the right call for her. Already walking away with squat gold.
And she needs the kilos to keep up with Byrne and with Khaled.
And she is fighting, but it's just a little too heavy today for her, unfortunately. But she still walks away with squat gold and is currently in projected third overall heading into bench. And as you alluded to before, it is close. And as you can quickly see here, walking away with squat gold, we have Lois Anderton of Great Britain. In silver, Amina Karimova of Kazakhstan. And in bronze, Olivia Mike of Ireland.
We are now moving on to the juniors 69 kg women. We have 2 back-to-back flights. And kicking off the first round, we have Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria. She is opening with 130 kilos.
And a strong looking opener for Cornelia. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Skipping off the podium.
Strong start for the Austrian lifter there.
Next up, we have a Belgian lifter, Clara Allot, 145 kilos for her opener. And that was a strong looking opener. Looking at the referees, it is a 3 white light, a good lift to Clara. We're already moving on to our next lifter. We have Jessica Medwell from Czechia under the bar, 150 kilos.
Just 8 kilos below her current best, which I imagine is a record in the Czech Republic in the juniors.
And that was a nice opener.
Jessica Manuel from the Czech Republic. Let's see his good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next, Kamala Svanenburg from Canada. The bar is loaded.
Next up, we have Carla Swanepoel from Canada. 150 kilos for her opener. only been competing for 1 year.
Nice, strong looking opener for Carla. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next is Luna Kuyala from Finland. The bar is loaded 150 kilograms.
And for the 3rd time in a row, we are having an opener of 150 kilo for our Finnish lifter Ona Kujala. Only 3 kilos beneath her personal best.
Nice, quick and strong looking opener for Una. And 2 to 1, a good lift. Gets a depth call from the right-hand side referee. Now we can see it from the side a little bit more in the replay, but just bear in mind you get the white for this side.
The bar is already loaded for Kaya Goossens from Belgium. 152.5 kilos. Only 5.5 kilos beneath the national squat record. And that was a strong looking opener.
Yeah, really nice and easy. And it's 2 to 1, a good lift. A depth call from the left-hand side referee. And this time round, we will be able to see the side that she gets that call from. And she's definitely not going to want to cut it any higher than that. But it is a good lift for now.
The bar is loaded. Amelie Valentova, Czechia. 155 kilos.
Yeah, and she's fresh into the juniors, so I bet the 69 kilo class in Czechia for Valentova and Medwell would be really exciting to watch the battle there.
And that looked good. 2 to 1, good lift. So the right hand side referee gave it a call for depth. Again, we are looking at the hip crease going below the top of the knee, and it was borderline. But already going to our next athlete, also 155 kilos. Bettina Hanlon from Great Britain.
Yeah, really nice opener for Betty.
And that was a quick, solid looking opener. Let's look what the referees say, and also a 2 to 1 good lift. Again, the right hand side referee gave it a red for depth.
Yeah, and she does go really quickly into the hole with a narrow stance, so it can be really hard to tell.
It did look good to me.
Yeah.
But it is a split second decision, and as you said, she got quickly into the hole, and it is very hard to judge in a split second dynamic movement. We have now Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria, 140 kilos, and she stands up with it.
Yeah, lovely deep squat there for Cornelia, and it is a good lift.
Clara Olou from Belgium walking on the platform, taking a 7.5 kilo jump, 152.5 kilos.
Nice and controlled.
And that was a nice looking second attempt.
Yeah, looked really good there for Clara. And 2 to 1, a good lift, a depth call from the center referee. Just watch that again on the replay. Usually you'll be safe if both side referees say the depth is okay.
And that definitely looked good.
Yeah.
But she has a very forward lean, which makes it harder for the center referee to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
155 kilograms.
Jessica Madwell from Czechia taking a 5 kilo jump from her opener, 155.
Wow, sinks really deep into the hole, and as soon as she gets there, says, no, take the bar. And I think perhaps she just oversank it there. I think also placed the bar a bit too low on her back as she was signifying that to her coach when she came off. And with low bar, it's a bit more technical than high bar, so the position really does matter.
The bar is loaded for Carla Swanepoel from Canada, taking a 7.5 kilo jump, 157.5 kilos loaded.
This is her first year competing, still has one more year in the juniors following this. Ooh, she's tried to fight through but couldn't quite get through to the sticking point. Her hips shot back. In a really difficult position to push through from. We can see that again here in the replay. Goes down into the hole and her hips shoot back and her knees come together. Has another attempt of it, of course.
And already on the platform we have Oona Kujala from Finland. Also a 7.5 kilo jump, 157.5 kilos.
Wow, a really strong looking second attempt for Oona. And unfortunately, it's 2 to 1, a no lift. Gets called for depth from both side referees. Let's have a look at that in the replay. Yeah, it is just above borderline, unfortunately. But the strength is clearly there, so hopefully she can come back and just sink it a little bit further on her third.
And the bar is loaded. Kaya Goossens, Belgium, 160 kilos. Hasn't even been competing for a year. Trying to improve the national record. And that looks strong. What do the referees say?
Ooh, unfortunately, another lifter caught out on a depth call there. 2 to 1, a no lift from the side referees. Yeah, unfortunately, didn't quite reach depth there, so like Una, has another try of that on her third, and the strength is there.
Next up, Amelie Valentova, Czechia, 7.5 kilo jump, 162.5 kilos.
A strong looking second attempt for Amelie. And 3 white lights, a good lift, leaving her in a great position to push forward into her thirds.
Tries for 165 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Bettina Hanlon from Great Britain, 165 kilos.
This is a 10 kilo jump from her opener.
The biggest jump we've seen so far in this flight.
Yeah, and look how narrow her stance is. Incredible. And she fights it up. 10 kilos didn't slow her down much. Was it deep enough? It's hard to tell from the front. It was. 3 white lights, a good lift for Betty. And let's have a look at that at a better angle. It's so hard to tell with a close stance, quick squat like that. But it is a good lift. And that concludes our second attempts, moving us straight into third and final attempts.
Already on the platform, Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria, a 7.5 kilo jump, 147.5 kilos.
Oh, a fantastic push through from Cornelia there.
That was an amazing fight, and did it pay off? It did. It is a 3 white light, good lift.
Yeah, and she's had a really strong start to her day, steadily building 17.5 kilos from that opener.
The bar is loaded for Jessica Matwell from Czechia, trying to retake her second of 155 kilos. And that looks better, but unfortunately hit that sticking point, hit that wall about midway. That was just a bit too heavy today.
Yeah, and I really did think for a second there she was going to get through that sticking point.
She got farther than the last time.
Yeah.
But now the bar is loaded for Clara Alou from Belgium. Another 5 kilo jump for her. 157.5 kilos.
Oh, she is fighting through and she manages to stand it up. Let's see what the referees say.
It is a good lift, 3 white lights for Clara. And she's happy with that one.
Waiting for the graphics. Carla Svanpoel up next. The bar is loaded.
Carla Swanepoel from Canada up next. 157.5 kilo.
Walks it out really far there. Ooh, but unfortunately, similar to before, her hips just shoot back and she doesn't quite push through with her legs now. Bit too heavy today.
She's going to try 160 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Kaya Goossens from Belgium, she is having another shot at her second. 160 kilos, just needs to go a stitch deeper. The strength was there, but now the depth needs to be there as well. And unfortunately, she emptied the tank on her second.
Yeah, and just trying to find that extra depth, which it looked like she did. The trade-off there was that she couldn't quite stand it up.
160 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Ona Kujala from Finland. She missed her second with 157 and a half, went up to 160.
Yeah, but it was really quick. She just struggled with the depth there, so I think she definitely has the strength for this, and maybe the extra couple kilos will help her find depth.
Let's see if she can.
It looks like she does, and she smiles as she stands it up.
And that looked really good. And the referees agree. 3 white lights, a good lift for Finland.
Do you remember that we will see in the graphic it says where they move in regards to squat medals, but we do have another flight of lifters immediately afterwards.
The bar is loaded. Amelie Valentova from Czechia. 5 kilo jump, 167.5 kilos for her third and final squat.
Oh, and she is pushing through that sticking point and does a good job of it.
And that is a 3 white light, good lift.
Coming up next, Bettina Hendren from the Great Britain is trying out to 170 kilos. The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded. Bettina Hanlon from Great Britain, 170 kilo for her third and final attempt.
Taking her time, making sure she's 100% ready.
She's got time. And it still is looking strong.
She fights it up, and the referees say 3 white lights, a good lift for Bettina Hanlon of Great Britain.
And she's happy with that. And that concluded the third round of the first flight. And we are heading back to back to our second flight. Don't go anywhere because we have some incredible squats coming your way. This is the overview thus far, but sure will change after the second flight.
Yeah, we will find out here who walks away with these squat medals and what it looks like going into bench. First out, we have Fanny Savela of Finland, 147.5 kilos for her opening squat. Opening with her current squat PB. Wow, lovely and deep for Fanny. And 3 white lights say good lift.
Coming up next, Esther Salai from Hungary. Trying out for 155 kilograms.
We have Esther Salai of Hungary opening on 155 kilos.
The bar is loaded. Esther Salai, Hungary.
Huge opening attempts in this flight of ladies here.
And that looks really easy. A nice looking opener, just like you wanted to.
And 2-1, a good lift. She gets a blue call from the right-hand side referee. Let's watch that again here. Keep an eye on her knees and see if she was fully locked out at the end there. I think she'd be okay there. I can't see anything wrong, at least from the left-hand side where she got a white. We have Pia Jacqueline Rusch of Germany, opening on 157.5 kilos. And that was a nice, easy opening attempt for Ruschka.
Up next, Romy van Vlemmen from the Netherlands. The bar is loaded 160 kilograms.
We now have 160 kilos for Rumi van Vienen of the Netherlands. (160 kilos), 10.5 kilos below her squat PB, which means it must be a record. Wow, super easy for Rumi. And it is a good lift.
Coming up next is Eugenie Samantha from France. Samantha Eugenie tries out for 170 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Now we have a name and a face you'll definitely recognize. Samantha Eugenie of France, opening on 170 kilos, currently projected in second overall. But it is a close race between her and Bouchot of France. And I wouldn't count Fanton out either.
And that looks like a great opener.
Yeah, super easy for Samantha. 3 white lights, a good lift and a strong start to the day. It's going to be really exciting to see these 3 girls fight for that first position. We now have Carolyn Connor of the United States opening on 170 kilos. Nice strong walkout for Carolyn Connor. And it looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift. Seeing some really nice openers here from these 69 kilo women. We now have Jordan Bright of Ireland, 177.5 kilos for her opening attempt. Jordan is relatively new to the sport, having only competed for 1 year.
Very narrow stance, searches for depth and cut up really easily. A 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, a really tidy squat from Jordan. We have 2 openers remaining and they're both big ones. We have Noemi Fanton of Italy, the current World Junior squat record holder with 190.5, opening on 177.5 kilos.
Wow.
Yeah, you can tell she holds the World Junior squat record with an opener like that.
Was that a warm-up?
2 to 1, a good lift, a depth call from the right-hand side referee. Now we'll see it from the side, but this is the side that gets a white. And I think she'll be all right with that. She won't want to go any higher though. We have our final opening attempt now, and we have Anderina Bouchou of France, 187.5 kilos. 3 kilos below the World Junior squat record held by Fanton. Wow, and with an opener like that, I am excited to see what we're going to have for the second. So I'll tell you what, there's really only one place to go from there. A masterclass from Bouchou there. And that concludes our opening attempt, with every lifter managing to get a squat on the board. And we are quick into the second attempts here, kicking us off with Fanny Savela of Finland, 155 kilos.
This would be a 7.5 kilo personal best.
Really deep again, just like her opener.
That was really deep.
And a good lift for Fanny.
She took a 7.5 kilo jump from her first to second. What do you reckon she would take on her third?
With form like that, you know, when you squat so deep, it gets harder as the weight goes up. So maybe 2.5 kilos if she wants to be conservative. We have Esther Salai of Hungary, 165 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from her opener.
And that was lovely. A strong second attempt.
The bar is okay.
167.5 kilos for Pia Jacqueline Ruschka of Germany. A 10 kilo jump from her opener.
Strong looking second attempt.
Yeah, and it looks like she knows it as well. 3 white lights, a good lift. And putting her in a great position to choose that third attempt.
Coming up next. Coming up next. The bar is now open for Ronnie van Wijngaarden from the Netherlands. 170 kilograms.
170 kilos now for Rumi van Wienen of the Netherlands. A little wobbly in the hole, but does a fantastic job of standing it up.
Ronnie van Wijngaarden, Netherlands.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Samantha Eugenian from France. Going for 180 kilograms.
Some huge squatters in this flight.
The bar is loaded.
A 10 kilo jump for Samantha Eugenie of France to 180 kilos for her second attempt. Just 5 kilos below her squat PB.
And this curly monster has a monster squat.
And it is looking strong. It slows down a bit, but still looked good. 3 white lights, a good lift for Samantha.
And that was a 10 kilo jump. Wonder what she will be putting on the bar for her third.
I'm sure Team France have a good plan for it, as it will be close in that top 3. We have 180 kilos on the bar for Carolyn Connor of the United States. And that looked strong.
And it is a 3 white light, good lift.
Coming up next is Gordon Wright from Ireland, trying out for 187.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
187.5 kilos for Jordan Bright of Ireland. A 10 kilo jump from her opener. A huge squat attempt here. And still moving nice and strong there in her second. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next is Noemi Vulcan from Italy, tries 187.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
We now have Noemi Fanton of Italy, just 3 kilos below her current squat record in the juniors, 187.5 kilos. And I think we're going to see a few attempts at that world record here. And it looks strong. Let's wait to see what the referees say. 2-1, unfortunately, a no lift. She clearly has the strength, but the side referees say it is not deep enough.
And she's going for the world record. She's going to try 195.5.
Now we are having the chips shown to the referees and to the jury, and that can only mean one thing. We are seeing a world record attempt here on the second round of squats. We have Anderina Bouchou of France attempting 195.5 kilos, a whole 5 kilos above the current world junior squat record, and only 6 kilos below the world open squat record that belongs to Leah Bavois of France. And it looks strong. That is a new world junior squat record for Anderina Bouchou of France. And there is only going up from here. And I'll tell you what, there is at least 2 attempts at that record in the third round of squats.
And that concluded the second round.
And kicking us off here in the third, we have Fanny Savela of Finland, 160 kilos. 5 kilo jump from her second. And unfortunately, just couldn't quite get out of the hole this time round. We now have Esther Salai of Hungary, 172.5 kilos. This is a 7.5 kilo jump from her second. It looks nice and sturdy there. And 2-1, a good lift. Just gets a depth pull there in the left-hand side, referee.
Coming up next, from the Netherlands. Trying out for 175 kilograms. The guard is lovely.
We now have Rumi van Vianen of the Netherlands, 175 kilos.
For a new national record.
She stands up, was trying to find depth there in the hole, and did she?
Unfortunately, she struggled a bit too much in the hole, could not find depth all the way through, but a valiant effort. Nevertheless, she got up with it really nicely. And yeah,
She has quite large hamstrings, so it's hard to tell a lot of the time whether it's depth or not. We have Pia Jacqueline Ruschka of Germany, 175 kilos. So the 7.5 kilo jump from her second.
and she's only 19 years old. Freshly into the junior class.
And a steady final attempt there for Pia.
A very nice fight. Unfortunately.
Just gets called for depth from the center and left side referee. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, unfortunately, just cuts it high. And the jury has overruled. Trying to see where they've overruled there.
Coming up next, from the United States. The bar is looking.
Yeah, and the last lift has been overruled.
We can't see it on the screen changing. It's not clear to us. Maybe we can find out later.
But for now, we have Carolyn Connor of the United States, 182.5 kilos. And yeah, Rushka's last squat was overturned to a good lift. Carolyn Connor of the United States, jumping 2.5 kilos from her second to move her into squat bronze for the time being. Oh, and she is pushing through that middle sticking point.
Wow.
Oh my
That
goodness!
was an incredible fight.
Wow, look at that. And 3 white lights, it pays off a good lift. And I think the best squat grind I've seen this whole championships. She keeps it at standstill, but does not let the bar dip. Wow. We now have Samantha Eugenie of France jumping 5 kilos to 185, and this will pull her into squat bronze ahead of Connor of the United States, with Fanton to follow. She sat just 0.5 of a kilo behind her teammate.
Allez la France. A
Oh,
strong
she is
squat.
fighting. A fantastic effort from Samantha Eugenie. Does it pay off? It does. 3 white lights, a good lift.
And another incredible fight. We saw USA and France giving a spectacle. Look at that.
We now have Jordan Bright of Ireland, 192.5 kilos. Now, she did have it in for the record, but as Bouchou got it, it got moved down to 192.5 from 193. But nonetheless, still a huge third and final attempt. And what 10 minutes ago would have been a world junior record attempt.
And that as
Oh, such a shame there. And you can see she put everything into it. She points to herself there, as I think she had a little bit of a nosebleed. But a fantastic effort from Jordan nonetheless. Wow. 192.5 kilos for Noemi Fenton of Italy. Missed 187.5 on depth, has gone up 5 kilos to her third, and this will bring her into squat silver ahead of Bright. And it looked better this time round, and it's still super speedy. Ooh, unfortunately, not good enough for the referees. Let's have a look at that. I thought it looked a bit better, but maybe not better. Unfortunately, it is a no lift for Fanton. The Italian coach does go over to the jury, but it needs to be unanimous, and it seems 2-1 with the jury, and it won't be overturned. We have one final squat remaining before heading into a short break. We have Anderina Bouchou of France, got the world junior squat record on her second, is looking to extend that now to 198 kilos. This is not so far behind Leah's world open record. And she stands it up with ease. 3 white lights, a good lift, and she extends the world junior squat record. And I tell you what, Leah, watch out, because she is coming for your open record very soon, it seems. What an exciting squat session we have had. And to sum it up very quickly, with the new world junior squat record, adding 7.5 kilos to it, we have Anderina Bouchou of France in squat gold, Jordan Bright of Ireland in squat silver, and Samantha Eugenie of France in squat bronze. We will be taking a short 10-minute break now before we head through to bench press for the sub-junior and junior 69 kilo class. See you then.
The bench press is the second movement performed in a powerlifting competition. It's a movement that mainly uses upper body strength. A slight back arch is authorized and allows for a stronger and healthier shoulder positioning. Laying down on the bench, the athlete has to create points of contact between his head, shoulder, glutes, and the bench. His feet has to lay flat on the ground, with the heels in the contact with the floor. Once that position is locked, the central referee gives the start command. The lifter lowers the bar until it touches his chest. The lower underside of both of his elbow joints have to be at level or below the top surface of each shoulder joint. He then has to stabilize the bar for the referee to give him the press command. The lifter has to push the bar back up until the complete extension of his elbows. The central referee gives the rack command and the lift is completed.
There are 4 main reasons to have a no lift on that movement. First, if you're not able to fully extend your elbows at the beginning and at the end of the movement. Second, if you don't touch the chest with the bar, or if your elbows don't go at level or below the top of your shoulder joint. Third, if you're not able to maintain all points of contact with the bench, knowing the head, the shoulders, and the butt. Fourth, if the lift isn't completed in a single upward movement.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. I'm Amelia Potter and I will have Elias de Buck joining me. We have the 69 kilo sub-junior women and junior women here for you this morning. It consists of 3 flights. In the first flight we will have all of the sub-juniors, and in the second and third flight we will have the first and second flight of the junior women. Kicking us off, we have Ayane Ueda of Japan opening her bench on 50 kilos. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Coming up next from South Africa, tries out 52.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
52.5 kilos for Francis Viljoen of South Africa.
Strong looking opener.
And 3 white lights, a good lift for Francis.
Coming up next, Shakti Mulder from South Africa is going to try 55 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
We now have Shante Mulder of South Africa, 55 kilos. That looked nice and easy for Shante. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next is Veronika Stevens from the Czech Republic. The bar is loaded, 57.5 kilograms.
We now have Veronika Sirny of Czechia, 57.5 kilos. That is a good lift.
And it's a good lead for Vernon Vassilaki. Stefan Calvadova coming up next. The bar is loaded, 60 kilograms.
60 kilos for Stepanka Radova for her opening bench press. As each lifter gets a bench press attempt in successfully, they are that much closer to securing themselves a total, as you need one lift successfully in of each discipline to put up a total and compete overall. That is a good lift. And of course the lifters don't just compete in their class for individual medals and overall, but between every single lifter and every weight class in their age group with best lifter on GL points, and that is just weight lifted versus body weight. A formula calculated that way, and we find that out at the end of the competition who wins. The current lead in the sub-juniors is Chloe Tang of the 57s. Liszka Rocek of Poland, 65 kilos. And that is a good lift. We now have Lois Anderton of Great Britain, 70 kilos. A little difficult towards the top there, but manages to lock it out. And it is a good lift. We now have Nini Coppola of Finland, 72.5 kilos. And 2-1, a good lift. Gets a depth call from the right-hand side referee. And what we mean there is that the elbow needs to be in parallel or lower than the top of the shoulder joint, or the middle, sorry, of the shoulder joint. I think she'll be fine there. We have Olivia Mike of Ireland, 75 kilos for her opening attempt. 1 kilo above her current bench press PB, which I imagine is a sub-junior record in Ireland.
Only 16 years old. A very strong looking opener.
2-1, a good lift. A depth call from the right-hand side referee. And let's have a look at that in the replay from the front.
And I think that's just parallel. She cannot go any higher, but I think this is safe.
Yeah, unlike squat where parallel isn't good enough, in bench parallel is fine. We have 80 kilos for Emily Byrne of Great Britain. Nice snappy opener for Emily. And 3 white lights, a good lift, just half a kilo below her bench press PB. Sub-junior record in Great Britain.
The bar is loaded, 80 kilograms.
$80 kilos for Haya Khaled of Egypt.
I saw her training. Well, I did actually train with her the other day. Hit some nice and easy singles. Now, let's see how her opener moves. And that looked really easy for an opener.
Ooh, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. Gets called on elbow depth from the center and right-hand side referee. Let's have a look at that in the replay. It's hard. That right elbow does look a tiny bit high, but it's so close to parallel. Hopefully she can just pull that right elbow down a little bit more on her second. 80 kilos now for Amina Karamova of Kazakhstan.
Wow, strong opener.
And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next, first is Dijon from South Africa, trying 55 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Kicking off the second round now.
With everyone bar one lifter managing to get an opener in. We have Francis Viljoen of South Africa, 55 kilos.
And that looks good.
Yeah, still looking really easy for Francis. And 3 white lights, a good lift. 2.5 kilos, often a sensible jump in bench though, because it can drop off so hard and fast that it's not worth the risk, especially with the lighter women. 60 kilos for Veronika Sironi of Czechia.
Another great looking second attempt.
And it's a repeat for Veronika Sironi. Coming up next, Chantal from South Africa. The bar is loaded, 60 kilograms.
Shante Mulder of South Africa, jumping 5 kilos to 60 kilos on her second attempt.
That is a 3 white light, good lift.
Ayane Ueda of Japan making a pretty big jump to 60 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from her opener. And I've seen Team Japan make pretty big jumps in bench all week long. seems to work well for them.
And that is a 3 white light, good lift. Yeah, and as you said, like 10 kilo onto 50 kilo, that is a 20% increase.
The bar is ready.
Stepanka Radova of Czechia, jumping 5 kilos to 65 for her second attempt. Lovely soft touch there from Stepanka.
A bit harder of the chest this time, but still an easy second attempt.
Alicia Boyer coming up next from Poland. The bar is ready. 67.5.
Alicia Rocek of Poland, 67.5 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump from her opener.
Nice second attempt.
Alicia Boyer.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next, Louise Hamilton from the Great Britain. The bar is ready. 72.5.
We now have Lois Anderton of Great Britain, 72.5 kilos for her second attempt. 2.5 kilo jump from her opener. A bit of a fight there, but it is a good lift, 3 white lights, and actually she looked more comfortable there than she did in her opener. Nini Coppola of Finland jumping 5 kilos to 77.5 for her second attempt. Bit of a fight for bench medals here in the sub-juniors.
Another strong second attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift, and we have seen some great benching today.
Yeah, and we often do see really good benching from the Scandi countries, you know, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, all of them really proficient benchers. We now have Haya Khaled of Egypt, missed 80 kilos in her opener for depth issues with her right elbow, retaking it now on her second. Now that the strength was absolutely fine, so she should be fine with the weight again, just needs to sink one elbow a little bit deeper.
And I'm pretty sure she can. Let's see how she corrects this. As a veteran in the sport.
Yeah, it's been competing since she was 10 years old. And we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, this time she gets she gets a yellow from all of the referees. Let's just watch that again in the replay. Yeah, she skips the rack command at the end.
She has a third and final attempt, this to prevent the drama for not making the total.
Yeah, and she is projected first overall, so it'll be close. We have Olivia Mike of Ireland jumping 5 kilos to 80 for her second attempt. Looked strong on her opener. Let's see what 5 kilos does to her. Ooh, looked a little bit difficult for her there. Let's have a look at that again. Talking to her coach about what happened there. Just a bit of a struggle off the chest, it seems. 82.5 kilos for Emily Byrne of Great Britain to move her into bench press gold for the time being, with Karamova of Kazakhstan to follow. Makes good work of it. 3 white lights, a good lift for Emily. And moves into bench press gold for the time being, with Anina Karamova to follow. Amina Karamova of Kazakhstan jumping 5 kilos to 85 for her second attempt to move her back into bench press gold.
It will add valuable kilos to her projected total to stay in the mix for a fight on the podium.
Ooh, and it just seems a little bit heavy off the chest there. And as you alluded to, it's pretty close there with the top 4, only about 10 kilos between them. And with our main contender currently without a bench on the board, it's going to be close. And we move through to our third and final attempts. And we have Francis Viljoen of South Africa, 57.5 kilos. Wow, a very speedy final attempt for Francis Viljoen. And it is a good lift.
Next is Veronica Suroni from the Czech Republic, trying out 62.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
62.5 kilos for Veronica Suroni of Czechia. A 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Ooh, it's hard, but she's pushing through, and unfortunately, just couldn't quite get through it. Did a really great job of pushing that left arm up, but one arm just seemed a little bit stuck there at the bottom.
Trying out 62.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Shante Mulder of South Africa, 62.5 kilos for her third and final attempt. 2.5 kilo jump.
And as you saw, her left elbow just caved in, and it was too hard to keep it in place. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy for today. Let's see it on the replay. Her left elbow completely lost.
We have Ayane Ueda of Japan jumping 5 kilos now to her third and final attempt, 65 kilos. Jumped 10 from her opener, now jumping 5 from her second. Ooh, but unfortunately just a little bit too heavy today. And that is a no lift.
Trying out 67.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
67.5 kilos for Stepanka Radova of Czechia, jumping 2.5 kilos from her second attempt.
And also just too heavy off the chest.
Alexis Alicia Eroic from Poland, trying 70 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
We have Alicia Rocek of Poland, 70 kilos. 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Ooh, a fantastic fight from Rocek, but unfortunately, no lift.
Lewis Anderton coming up next for Great Britain, trying 75 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
We have now Lois Anderton of Great Britain, 75 kilos and very much in contention for podium overall. Just 2.5 kilos separates her and Emily Byrne of Great Britain, who's currently sat in projected second, with Khaled of Egypt yet to get a bench press on the board, who's projected overall first. Oh, it is a fantastic fight. Can she lock it out?
She keeps fighting.
Wow, absolutely incredible fight from Lois. Oh, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift gets called for downwards movement. I don't think I saw any. Oh, maybe just there. The coach goes to the jury, but is sent away very quickly. We have just 5 benches remaining here in the sub-juniors before moving through to the junior flight immediately afterwards. Nini Kapola of Finland, 80 kilos. This will move her into bench press silver from bronze.
Wow, manages to lock it out this time.
And 3 white lights, a good lift, 3 for 3 on bench.
I meant because of the previous lifters all missed their third attempt. This time a lifter did manage to lock it out.
I'm with you. I was a little confused because she went
Yeah, of
3 for
course,
3
yeah.
on bench. Now we have Haya Khaled of Egypt, missed 80 kilos twice on elbow depth. No, elbow depth the first time, then she skipped the command. So we didn't even get a chance to see if she got the elbow depth in the second. So one more try now to stay in the competition. She's projected first overall, needs this bench, needs to listen to the commands, and just to sink that right elbow a little bit more. And she gets it up, she
It's an
listens.
easy press, but are the elbows deep enough? They are.
2-1, a good lift. She does get a yellow from the left-hand side referee. She leaves the platform as soon as she can. Let me see what the yellow is for. Ooh. I think she's okay. The jury don't seem to be discussing it. But it was very close there for a second. And she seems to be safe on the board with the bench. Olivia Mike of Ireland, 80 kilos. Missed this on her second. Reattempting it now for her third and final attempt. Alex, much better. Wow, a different bench press altogether.
3 white lights, a good lift. She went to the warm-up room. She said, I'm gonna find some new strength, and she did.
She said to Coppola, can I borrow some of yours? We have Emily Byrne of Great Britain jumping 2.5 kilos to 85 for her final bench press attempt. She's currently sat in bench press gold, and that can only be taken from Karamova, who is slightly lighter than her. Actually lighter by 4 kilos. But this will keep her in bench press gold for the time being, with Karamova to follow. Ooh, and a perfectly cooled third attempt for Emily Byrne. And a good lift.
And even though she hasn't even been lifting for 1 year, she's already projected second.
At an international competition. We have one final bench press attempt here in the sub-juniors before moving through to the first flight of junior women. Amina Karamova of Kazakhstan missed 85 on her second, looking for it now on her third to change her bench press medal from bronze to gold if she can and get the added kilos, as she's projected fourth currently overall, just 2.5 kilos below third. And she is fighting, but it is just too heavy for her today, unfortunately. She still walks away with bench press bronze in the sub-juniors. Don't go anywhere. We still have 2 flights of 69 kilo junior women to come, and they have already shown how strong they are. But very quickly in the sub-juniors, bench press gold goes to Emily Byrne of Great Britain. We have Nini Coppola of Finland walking away with silver, and Amina Karamova of Kazakhstan walking away with bronze.
And we will now be going straight into the first flight of the 69 junior women. And first onto the platform we have Jessica Matwell from Czechia, 67.5 kilos.
Nice, easy looking opener for Jessica.
3 white lights, a good lift. The bar is loaded. Amelie Valentova, Czechia, 70 kilos. And that looks like a good opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
The bar is loaded.
And the bar is loaded. Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria, 72.5 kilos, giving some instructions to the main spotter. This is how I would like my liftoff place. And that is a great opener for Cornelia. 3 white lights, a good lift. The bar is loaded. Carla Swanepoel, Canada, 75 kilos. Another nice looking opener. 3 white lights.
Coming up next is Gaia Gossens from Belgium. The bar is loaded.
Walks on the platform. Kaya Goossens from Belgium. 77.5 kilos for her opener. And that was a fantastic looking opener for Kaya.
Yeah, wow, super speedy. That's exactly how you want an opening attempt to move.
Trying down 82.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
And the bar is loaded for her teammate Clara Allot from Belgium. 82.5 kilos, giving some instructions to the head spotter. Strong looking opener.
Yeah, wow, that looked really easy. Ooh, but unfortunately, 2-1 a no lift gets called from both the side referees for elbow depth, which is unusual that the center referee didn't call that. But yeah, it does look high, unfortunately.
Next up we have Oona Kujala from Finland. 85 kilo. One of our youngest lifters in the juniors. With a strong bench press. 2-1, good lift. Right side hand referee called it for elbow depth.
Yeah, let's just have a look at that here. And actually, if anything, the left looked higher than the right, but I think she'll be okay.
Bettina Hanlon from Great Britain, 92.5 kilos for her opener. And a wonderful opener.
Yeah, wow, making light work of the heaviest opener in this flight of ladies. And 2-1, a good lift. Just gets an elbow pull for depth on the right-hand side. But I think that's absolutely fine. In my humble opinion, of course.
I agree with you, actually. So these are the standings so far. Remember, this is only the first flight, so this will change a lot.
I've got to say as well, this is the busiest it's been in here for a morning session all week.
Kicking off the second round of the first flight, we have Jessica Metwell from Czechia. Took a 5 kilo jump, 72.5 kilo. Ooh, but a 5 kilo jump was just a bit too much, I think.
I mean, that's certainly what it looks like. And, you know, with bench press, it can drop off very quickly, which is why sometimes taking that 2.5 kilo increment can be clever.
Yeah, and if you just look at the absolute amount of the weight, a 5 kilo jump on a 80 kilo attempt, that is a lot of difference. On a 72.5 kilo attempt, that's a big percentage. We have now Amelie Valentova from Czechia. She also took a 5 kilo jump to 75 kilos. Let's see if she can manage. And it's work. But she kept it together, and it is a 3 white light good lift.
Coming up next is Cornelia Brunhofer. The ball is loaded.
Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria. 77.5 kilos was a good second attempt.
Yeah, 5 kilos didn't seem to bother her too much. She does get a depth call from the right-hand side here. Just keep an eye on that right elbow. Seems okay. It is a little bit higher than the left, but I think she's just fine there.
Carla Swanepoel from Canada. 5 kilo jump, 80 kilos.
Ooh, it's a bit of a fight, but she works it up. And unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. A yellow from each side referee, which usually indicates there was some, oh yeah, some butt lift there. It was actually, unfortunately, not when she was pushing up, but when she braced, she lifted her butt off the bench after she got the bench command.
Now, second attempt. And the jury has overruled Swanepoel from Canada's second attempt. It is a good lift now, but we're already on to the next lift. Kaya Goossens from Belgium, 5 kilo jump, 82.5 kilos. And that was a wonderful second attempt. 2-1, good lift. A yellow from the center referee.
Yeah, that usually indicates that they may have skipped a command. So we'll just watch here. Oh, her head came off. It's hard to tell when there's a ponytail there.
We're now looking at Clara Hulot from Belgium, also 82.5 kilo, trying to retake her opener. She missed this on elbow depth. Can she make an adjustment?
She's nice and controlled down to the chest. And again, the strength is there.
Incredible speed, and this time it is a 2-1 good lift.
Yeah, still an elbow call from the left-hand side referee. I think that's the side she's having trouble with. But it does look a lot better than her opener.
Oona Kujala from Finland, 90 kilos to match her current bench personal best. And it is a fight, but she keeps fighting. Incredible effort.
Yeah, and honestly, it takes a lot of strength to push past that. And 2-1, a good lift.
And I think she got that on her opener as well. But like you said, if anything, her left elbow looks a little bit higher than her
Oh,
right.
the jury's actually overruled that to a no lift, it looks like, on a ground of yellow. So unfortunately, that looks like a no lift.
Bettina Hanlon from Great Britain, 97.5 kilo, 5 kilo jump from her opener. Wow, a strong second attempt from Betty.
Yeah, and 3 white lights, a good lift. It didn't seem to slow down too much for her. And perfect elbow depth there from Betty Hanlon.
Yes, she has some margin. In a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's nailing it there.
And that was to conclude the second round of our first flight. We head into the third and final round. Kicking it off, Jessica Madwell from Czechia, retaking her second attempt, 72.5 kilos. And it is a fight, but unfortunately, just like her second, it was a bit too heavy for today. Amelie Valentova, 77.5 kilos for Czechia.
Ooh, it is a fight, and she is pushing through. An incredible effort from Amelie. Oh, unfortunately, it's a no lift. 2-1. She gets yellows from the side referees, which usually indicates some lifting the glutes. Although it doesn't really look like there was daylight under it there. But the jury seemed to agree. So who am I to judge?
Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria, 2.5 kilo increment, 80 kilos.
Ooh,
Unfortunately.
yeah, just a little bit too heavy, but just a 2.5 kilo jump there, so it doesn't lose too much on her total.
And the bar is loaded. Carla Swanepoel from Canada, 82.5 kilo, also took a 2.5 kilo jump. The smallest increment you can take, unless it is a world record, then you can add in increments of half a kilo. Yeah, a little bit tough on the chest. Unfortunately, too heavy today. With only 4 more lifters to go, we head straight into Kaya Goossens from Belgium, 85 kilos. Her first and second moved really well. And I'm sure she has the strength for this third. For a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Oh, and she pushes through. She does lock it out.
But let's see, yeah, she gets another call for lifting her head, but it's
Yeah.
2-1 good lift, so let's see on the replay.
Yeah, she definitely lifts her head more so that time round, and
Yeah,
the jury
and
has overruled it.
Unfortunately for Kaya, the jury has overruled that decision. A no lift for Kaya.
Yeah, a ponytail can only hide it so much.
Now we are heading to her teammate Clara Olo from Belgium, 85 kilos.
Can she be the first of this flight to get her third and final attempt in?
Just needs to find elbow depth, and the strength is there. And you see, it's very easy, but is it deep enough? It is 2-1, good lift.
Yeah, I think because she tucks rather than flares, it's harder to tell sometimes whether she reached step. Because it's going forwards rather than out. But it is a good lift.
2 more lifters in this round. We head to Ona Kuyala
Oh.
from... Oh,
It's
but
been overruled. It's
So-
a no lift.
Clara's bench has been overruled, so her third attempt is a no lift, unfortunately.
Which means still we are yet to see a successful third attempt.
Ona Kuyala, Finland, 90 kilos, retaking her second.
But
Yeah,
this time round,
unfortunately.
yeah, just didn't find the strength.
Yeah, it was a big fight on her second. It got turned down, and now just a bit too heavy. She emptied the tank.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, she got it on her second, and then the jury overruled it
That's correct.
to a no lift. So really unfortunate there for Kajula.
Now our last lifter out for the third and final bench press. I really hope she can break the curse and get her third attempt in. Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 5 kilo jump, 102.5 kilos.
This is a huge bench attempt for Betty here. Skipping right over the 100 kilo milestone. Let's hope she can get this third attempt in. And she is fighting, and it looks like she may be the first and only of her flight to get that in.
And she did. It is a 3 white line, good lift.
Betty the curse breaker. And we move straight through now to the opening attempts of our next flight of juniors. We have Pia Jacqueline Ruschka of Germany, 85 kilos for her opening attempt. There are no small opening attempts here. These are all huge benches. And it looked easy as well. Carolyn Connor of the United States opening on 85 kilos. Just to show you the standard of lifting, with her opening attempt pulls her to bench press bronze, having seen all 3 attempts from the first flight of lifters. And wow, super speedy there. And it is a good lift with 7 lifters to follow to take their opening attempts. These are such strong women. Jordan Bright of Ireland, 90 kilos for her opening bench. Spoke to her during the break and she thought her nose was just running there in her last squat until she saw that it was red. And she said, wow, that was cool. A true athlete. Woofed. And that was a speedy opener for Jordan. 3 white lights, a good lift. And getting a masterclass in openers here from the ladies we've seen so far. $95 kilos for Esther Salai of Hungary. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Romy van Vianen of the Netherlands, 97.5 kilos for her opening attempt. Just 2.5 kilos below her current best of 100 kilos. And it was strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. Women's powerlifting is just so exciting right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really been exploding. The popularity has risen so tremendously,
And
and
so is the standard.
the quality is insane.
Noemi Fanton of Italy, 97.5 kilos for her opening attempt, with 3 lifters to follow.
Wow, that was just an incredible opener.
And 2-1, a good lift, gets a depth call from the right-hand side referee. And very rarely are we left speechless, but the speed of that left me so. And yeah, the right elbow is not going to want to go any lower than that. Any higher than that, sorry. We now have Anderina Bouchou of France, 102.5 kilos, walked away extending the squat junior record by 7.5 kilos to 198. It's going to be a big fight between her and Eugenie for first overall. Just 0.5 kilo separates them currently. And it looked easy.
And that is 2-1. So center referee gives a red.
Yeah, gets a red for a depth call there. Let's have a look from the front angle and see. I think she should be fine with that. We have now Samantha Eugenie of France opening on 105 kilos. You can see how technical of a bencher she is there. By how specific her setup is.
Wow. And that was incredible. A strong opener. 3 white lights.
Yeah, fantastic effort there from Samantha, and it's really going to be very exciting to see Team France fight each other for that gold spot overall. We now have our heaviest opener here from Fanny Savela of Finland, 110 kilos, just 13 kilos below the world junior bench record. Which is held by Asel Nurkanova of Kazakhstan.
And another incredible opener. 3 white lights, a good lift. Wow, we have seen some really strong benches here.
Yeah, absolutely. And every single lifter getting their opening bench in means they can only grow from here. 90 kilos now for Pia Jacqueline Ruschka of Germany.
A bit more work, but a good second attempt. 3 white lights.
90 kilos now for Carolyn Connor of the United States. 5 kilo jump from her opener. Still looking really nice and strong there. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next from Ireland, trying 87.5 kilograms. The bar is looking.
$97.5 kilos for Jordan Bright of Ireland.
Ooh, and unfortunately, it seemed too heavy off the chest. But she will have another chance at it in the 3rd round.
Yeah, that surprises me because of how good her opener looked. So it does make me think it could be a position issue there. Because when you have a bigger arch, it tends to get more technical. We have Esther Salai of Hungary, 100 kilos for her 2nd attempt.
And that was a strong looking 2nd attempt. A 3 white light, good lift for Hungary.
The bar is loading. 102.5 kilograms.
Bumi van Vianen of the Netherlands, 102.5 kilos for her 2nd attempt. A 5 kilo jump from her opener. And all the lifters either near or above 100 kilos now for their bench press. Shows how incredibly strong this flight of ladies are. Fortunately, that just seemed a little bit heavy for Romy there on her 2nd. Noemi Fanton of Italy jumps 5 kilos to 102.5 for her 2nd attempt. And it's still moving nice and quickly. But yeah, I was worried about that right-hand side elbow. I didn't see the left, so I wasn't sure how it looked. But again, interesting that the center referee gave it a good lift and the sides gave it a no lift. But yeah, it just seems a little bit too high there for Fenton. We now have Anderina Bouchou of France, 107.5 kilos.
A very nice looking 2nd attempt. And that is a 3 white light, good lift. And with only 2 more lifters into the 2nd round, We only have the third round to go. The competition is moving speedily. The loaders are doing a fantastic job.
We have 112.5 kilos for Samantha Eugenie of France, a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Trying to sneak ahead of Bashu by making slightly larger jumps here. Both big deadlifters. And it's still moving really well for Samantha. And that is a good lift. Puts her in a great position, moving into third to build that total.
Tries out 115 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
115 kilos for Fanny Savela of Finland. This is just 8 kilos below the world junior bench record. He'll also move her into bench press gold, heading into thirds. Wow, and that was lightning fast. 3 white lights, a good lift. And just in case you missed it on the first time round, let's have a look at that replay. Excited to see what she puts in for her third. It was a little slower for the chest, but once she does get past that, it's really speedy. And that concludes our second attempt. We move straight through to the third attempts, where the lifters can continue to build and add kilos to their total, heading into the deadlifts. We have Pia Jacqueline Ruschka of Germany, 92.5 kilos. That is a good lift for Pia Jacqueline.
Coming up next is Carolyn Connor from the United States of America. The bar is loaded now, 92.5 kilograms.
.5 kilos for Carolyn Connor of the United States.
Three white lights, a good lift.
The bar is loaded.
97.5 kilos for Jordan Bright of Ireland. Missed on her second after her opener looked really strong. Retaking it now on her third. Perhaps 7.5 kilos was just a bit too much of an aggressive jump, but we'll find out now if it was a technical error or a strength issue.
And that was better.
Oh, and it's still moving.
Wow.
And it looks like she fixed something up in the break there. And 2-1, a good lift for Jordan Bright. She gets a blue from the right-hand side referee for downwards movement. But let's see if we can catch any here. The bar definitely stops. But I'm not sure if it moved down. I think she'll be safe there. We have Romy van Vianen of the Netherlands, 102.5 kilos. Missed this on her second. Looking to retake it here on her third. Unfortunately, it's just not there today for her.
And no lift for Ranu van der Venen. Coming up next is Esther Salai. The bar is loaded. Around 102.5 kilograms.
102.5 kilos for Esther Salai of Hungary. 2.5 kilo jump from her second.
Wow, that was strong.
Yeah, a really lovely third attempt there. 3 white lights. And flares her elbows really nicely to get that elbow depth. Naomi Fanton of Italy now. Didn't get 102.5 on her second. Looking to get it here on her third. Struggling a little bit with elbow depth. And again, it is still moving really nicely and quickly. 2-1, a good lift. Still gets one call from the left-hand side for elbow depth. And let's look at that again here on the replay. It's definitely better than her second was. And I think she'll be okay with that by the looks of things. We now have Adarina Bouchou of France, 110 kilos. Already has bench press bronze, sorry. But she needs the extra kilos to keep up with Eugenie. It's very close between them, just 2.5 kilos separates them.
She manages to lock out.
And 2-1, a good lift. The gap stays close. Just a depth call from the center referee. And I know the jury's eyes are going to be glued to the screen. But that looks good there. We have our penultimate bench press attempt here. Samantha Eugenie of France jumps 5 kilos to 117.5. And this is to take bench press gold as she is lighter than Savela. And to add 5 kilos to her total heading into deadlifts, where all will be revealed.
And a very soft touch on the chest. She manages to lock it out.
Yeah, perfect call there for her third attempt, and it is a good lift. I think 117.5 today was what her limit was, so I think a good call there from her and the French team. Our final bench press before we head into a 10-minute break prior to deadlifts. We have Fanny Savela of Finland, 117.5 kilos, already has bench press silver. It was a little slow off the chest last time, but once she got past that point, it was really easy to lock out. So can she get past that point again?
Wow,
she is
what a
pushing.
fight.
And she does. A quick lockout after a hard fight off the chest. 3 white lights, a good lift. And walks away with bench press silver. What a fantastic bench session there, with almost all of the lifters in the second flight walking away with over 100 kilos on their bench. And very quickly, before we head into the 10-minute break before deadlifts, we see Samantha Eugenie of France walk away with bench press gold, and with a slight lead ahead of her teammate there, heading into deadlifts. We'll have a 10-minute break now. Before then, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
The deadlift is the last movement of the powerlifting competition. On that movement, the lifter's whole body is used and put to the test. The athlete approaches the bar once the central referee calls bar loaded. He then has 1 minute
To start the lift.
In the conventional or sumo position, the athlete has to pull the barbell until his shoulders, hips, and knees are fully locked. Once that position is assumed by the lifter, the central referee will give the down command. The bar has to be lowered to the ground without the lifter being allowed to drop it until it touches the floor, which completes the lift. At the end of deadlift, the powerlifting total is made, which determines the winner and final placings. There are 4 main mistakes to avoid. First, not locking your shoulders, hips, or knees at the end of the movement. Second, not completing the lift with a single upward bar movement. Third, completing the lift hitching at the legs in order to allow you to do so. Fourth, dropping the bar after the central referee down command.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. I am Amelia Potter, joined here today by Elias de Buc.
And we will be watching the deadlift for the sub-junior 69 kilo women, and after that, immediately the juniors.
Absolutely, there will be 1 flight of sub-juniors and 2 flight of the juniors, as there has been the whole session. Kicking us off with 100 kilos, we have Ayane Ueda of Japan. That looks nice and easy. Ooh, but unfortunately, she gets 3 blues there. I think it might have been for her knees. Oh yeah, she just slipped there at the top. I briefly missed that. But I think she'd be okay retaking that on her second. 110 kilos for Nini Kapola of Finland. And 3 white lies. With that, she has secured herself a total. Also our lightest lift up the sub-junior women this morning at 63.26. Amina Karimova of Kazakhstan, opening on 110 kilos. And that is a good lift. $125 kilos for Shante Mulder of South Africa. And the lightning fast. It is a good lift. As I said, with every successful deadlift attempt we see from each of the lifters, they secure their total and the fight overall is very close at the top between Khaled of Egypt, Byrne of Great Britain, and Anderton of Great Britain. Francis Viljoen here with 130 kilos. That is a good lift. We have Olivia Mike of Ireland, 130 kilos. And that looked nice and easy for Olivia. And it's a good lift. Stepanka Radova of Czechia, 132.5 kilos. And that is a good lift. 140 kilos for Alicia Rocek of Poland, already on her opening attempt at double body weight. And makes really easy work of it. 3 white lights, a good lift. Veronika Sirani of Czechia, opening on 142.5 kilos. Wow, really easy for her. And that is a good lift. The next 3 lifters we'll see only have 7.5 kilos separating them from bronze position to gold position. First up, we have Emily Byrne of Great Britain, 145 kilos. And that is a good lift. $145 kilos for Lois Anderton of Great Britain. And it's nice and easy there for her. 3 white lights, a good lift, and it seems like it will be a big fight between the top 3 here for gold, silver and bronze. $152.5 kilos for Hayat Khaled of Egypt. Lost a couple kilos on bench with only getting 1 bench press in, but with a big deadlift hoping to make up the ground here. And with it looking that easy, I think she might. 3 white lights, a good lift, and very much in the race for gold. She's currently leading by 2.5 kilos ahead of Byrne. We move straight through to second attempts now. Ayane Ueda of Japan missed 100 kilos on her opener. A bit of a speed wobble. Upped it 10 kilos anyway, hoping to secure the lockout a little better here. And she looks like she does. 2-1, a good lift. The risk seems to pay off. A red from the left-hand side referee there for insufficient lockout. And we can see that side here. Usually it's the shoulders that struggle to get back. But I think it might be the legs there. But I think she's okay. Nini Coppola of Finland jumping 15 kilos to 125 for her second attempt. And still looking so fast for Nini. 3 white lights, a good lift. And it seems Karimova might be injured. She opened in 110 kilos and has scratched out her second and third attempt. So I hope she's okay, but she will not be coming out for her second or third, in case you're wondering why you won't see her. 135 kilos for Shante Mulder of South Africa. A 10 kilo jump. And I think there's just been a quick misload there. I think they had 130 on the bar there. So I hope it didn't distract her too much. The minute restarts. Struggling a bit of lockout, but she seems to lock it out. Ooh, did she get the down command before she wobbled though? 2-1, a good lift. 2 referees seem to think she did. The left-hand side thinks she wobbled beforehand. You can see she locks it out and her shoulders just tip forwards. But I think she did well to keep the bar stationary. Frances Viljoen of South Africa jumping 7.5 kilos to 137.5. It's a little bit hard there towards lockout, but she does lock it out, and it is a good lift.
Coming up next, Stefanka Radova. The bar is loaded, 130 kilograms.
Stepanka Radova of Czechia, 140 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Slows down towards the lockout, but manages to get 3 white lights, a good lift, and a little bit more in the tank, I think, towards her third. But if that's where her sticking point is, she's not going to want to add too much more. 140 kilos now for Olivia Mike of Ireland. They're just wiping the bar down at the request of the coach. She has plenty of time, 35 seconds to get the down command.
Olivia Mick, Ireland, 140 kilograms.
She knows she can use the full minute if she needs it. So is taking her time. Gets the down command with seconds to spare. 3 white lights, a good lift for Olivia. I wouldn't count her quite out the race yet. She's currently sitting in 4th. But Anderton is yet to make her second attempt. $150 kilos for Veronika Cerny of Czechia. Wow, still super speedy.
Veronica Sivani, good lift for the Czech Republic. Coming up next is Alicia Rojek. The bar is loaded for Poland. 150 kilograms.
Alicia Rojek of Poland jumping 10 kilos to 150 for her second attempt. And again, it's moving really well. She runs off and embraces her coach.
The bar is loaded. Emily Byrne.
155 kilos for Emily Byrne of Great Britain. A 10 kilo jump, and she is on the tail of Khaled. It's a little bit more work, but she manages to lock it out, and it's looking good. And it is. 3 white lights, a good lift. And only 2.5 kilos separates her and Khaled. Still in the fight, however, Lois Anderton, Great Britain, jumping 10 kilos to 155 for her second attempt. And that moved really nicely. And it is a good lift. And I'm thinking perhaps she'll make a slightly bigger jump than Emily. There are no friends in the battle for medals. We now have Haya Khaled of Egypt, 162.5 kilos, to pull her back into first place overall, heading into final attempts.
Wow, that was
Oh, she was just struggling to hold at the top. She managed to hold on, I think. But 2 to 1, a good lift. She managed to hold on to the lockout, gets a call for insufficient lockout. But if you look at her hands, she's really holding on by her fingertips. So I'm wondering what some more weight's going to do to that, because Anderton's second attempt looked really strong.
And Anderton is also the lighter lifter, so she can just match the total.
Byrne and Anderton both lighter than Khaled. We move now to final attempts, and we have Ayane Ueda of Japan, 115 kilos. Manages to lock it out after a bit of a fight up. And it is a good lift. She just struggled with her opener with a bit of a speed wobble at the top. Downwards movement, upped it, got 110 on her second, and ended the day off really nice and strong. 132.5 kilos for Nini Coppola of Finland, a 7.5 kilo jump from her second. She's having an incredibly strong day today.
And she finishes strong. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next is a number from South Africa. Tries out 137.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
137.5 kilos for Shante Mulder of South Africa. A 2.5 kilo jump from her second to her third here. Just unfortunately a little bit too much today, but still walks away with 135 kilos.
Coming up next class is Vijay from South Africa. Trying 140 kilograms. The bar is loaded. Francis Vijay.
Frances Vuljun of South Africa, 140 kilos for her third and final attempt. Jumping 2.5 kilos from her second. Wow, that is a great fight. Let's wait to see what the referees say. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Got dangerously close to supporting there, but managed to avoid it. Olivia Mike of Ireland, 145 kilos. A 5 kilo jump from her second. Another lifter having a really great day.
Yeah, and she's only 16 years old. Incredible performance.
Just a kilo below her national deadlift record.
Wow, she is a fighter.
She locks it out. What an amazing effort from Olivia. And it is a good lift.
She ended the day with the grind of her life.
From the Czech Republic goes for 147.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded. Stefanka Radova.
147.5 kilos for Stepanka Radova of Czechia. A 7.5 kilo jump from her second. Ooh, just stuck in the middle there. And I think, unfortunately, even if she did pull it through, the bar had already dropped. But a fantastic effort nonetheless.
Tries out 157.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded now for Veronika Silani.
Veronika Sirny of Czechia, 157.5 kilos. Pulls her into deadlift silver for the time being, with 4 lifters to follow. Ooh, she does lock it out, but I think she knows, unfortunately, it's already dropped down. I mean, she does look for the lights, but it was quite a significant drop.
Tries 157.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Yeah, unfortunately, no coming back from that, I'm afraid. Emily Byrne of Great Britain, 157.5 kilos. This moves her into first place overall, ahead of Khaled and Anderton, with both of them still to pull. And if Khaled misses her last deadlift, she loses first place. If Byrne or Anderton makes their final attempt.
And it's going.
Wow.
She's locking it out.
And a 3 white lights, a good lift. And all she can do now is sit and wait for Anderton and Khaled to lift. Alicia Rocek of Poland, 157.5 kilos to pull her into deadlift silver for the time being, as she's lighter than Byrne. Just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately. She says, I'm fine, don't worry, I just lost balance. But we just want to make sure the lifters are safe, of course. We have just 2 lifters remaining, and these lifts will determine who walks away sub-junior 69 kilo world champion. First up, we have Lois Anderton of Great Britain, 162.5 kilos, and this will pull her into deadlift gold, but more importantly, gold overall for the time being. And she locks it out. 3 white lights, a good lift, and Khaled has dropped her last lift to just 2.5 kilos above the total that Byrne and Anderton has got, as she is the heavier of the lifters. So she's dropped it down to 165, but the question is, can she hold on to it? It was in her fingertips last time round. She needs to pack her hands with chalk and her legs with talc. It's only 2.5 kilos more than she did last time round, but it looked like it was hard to hold on to. So to pull her into deadlift gold, but more importantly, from bronze overall into gold overall, Haya Khaled of Egypt, 165 kilos. Can she hang on to the bar?
She is strong today. Is her grip strong enough to manage 165?
Oh, and unfortunately, she didn't have the strength, which means she moves into bronze place overall, leaving Lois Anderton of Great Britain, your 69 kilo sub-junior champion, on body weight, 200 grams lighter than Emily Byrne of Great Britain. And as you can see here, Lois Anderton walks away in gold overall, followed by Emily Byrne, her teammate, in silver, and Haya Khaled of Egypt in bronze. A fantastic session.
All with the same total, all ending up with 385. Incredible. And we're already moving into the first flight of the 69 junior women. Back-to-back flights. Kicking it off, Oona Kujala from Finland, 155 kilos. And that looks like a good opener.
And that is a good lift.
Tries out 160 kilograms. The bar is located.
Kaya Goossens from Belgium, opening with 160 kilos. And that was a good looking first attempt, a 3 white light. And a little fun fact about her, she has been a national champion in synchron ice skating, she told me.
It's very interesting, very different to powerlifting as well.
Clara Olo from Belgium following her teammate with 162.5 kilo. And that was a great opener.
Wow, yeah, super easy for Clara, and it is a good lift.
And the bar is loaded for Amelie Valentova from Czechia, 165 kilos. And that looked great.
And that is a good lift for Amelie.
Carla Swanepoel from Canada, 167.5 kilo.
Just 5 kilos below her current best she's opening on. Has only been competing a year, so a really fast rate of progression it seems.
And that looks like a good opener. 3 white lights, a good lift. And the bar is loaded for Jessica Madwell from Czechia, 170 kilos.
Now it moves nice and quickly. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria for her opener, 170 kilos.
And it's a nice looking opener for Cornelia. And 3 white lights, a good lift, a strong start to her deadlift session and secures her total.
The bar is loaded. Betty Hanlon from Great Britain that is, 175 kilos.
Yeah, she must have been just shy from missing out lifting in the next flight. She's had a really strong day.
And a little wobble at the top. Let's see what the referees say.
But she's okay. I think she kept the bar from going down. It was just her torso, it seems. But sometimes you can get that bit of speed wobble if it moves too quickly at lockout. I think she saved it just at the last minute, it seems.
It seems like the bar she pushed it a little bit forward rather than down.
That's a good save.
Oona Kujala from Finland, 165 kilos for her second attempt. And it was work at the top. Nevertheless, a good lift. Kaya Goossens from Belgium, jumping 10 kilos to her second attempt.
Ooh, a bit of trouble there at the top, but manages to lock it out. And that's going to be troublesome for her third, but for her second, it's absolutely fine.
It was a personal best already.
A fantastic job she did of it then.
Clara Olu from Belgium, also taking a 10 kilo jump, 172.5 kilos. And that looked good.
Yeah, really strong second attempt from Clara and a good lift. Locked her knees out quite early, but manages to still get a strong lockout.
The bar is loaded for Amelie Valentova. Czechia, 175 kilos. And it is work, but she keeps fighting. She's still locking it out. Wow. That is an incredible fight. Luckily, she gets it 3 white lights. However, for her third attempt, Amelia, do you think she has still some room left?
Well, her knees did lock out quite early, which could have caused her some problems. And, you know, she could take the option of not taking a third, but she doesn't have any lifts following it. So if she wants to, she might as well come out for that next one.
She can just go all out and give it her all. That's true. Carla Swanepoel from Canada, also 175 kilos. Also for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
And it looks strong.
3 white lights, a good lift. It seems like multiple women are struggling a bit with their lockouts at the same point.
Yeah, it could just be a case of some ambitious second attempts.
And we're moving on. The bar is loaded for Jessica Medwell, Czechia, 177.5 kilos for a new personal best.
Wow, a fantastic effort from Jessica.
And it is a 3 white light good lift. And we are just cleaning the bar in between. And the bar is loaded for Cornelia Brunhofer from Austria.
Just 0.5 kilos below her deadlift PB, an Austrian record I'm sure she snagged at junior nationals perhaps.
182.5 kilos loaded. And that looked really good.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if she walks away with a new Austrian record on her third.
Coming up next is Bettina Henman from Great Britain, trying out 185 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Now to conclude the second round, Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 185 kilos for new personal best.
She breaks the ground and she is moving. Wow. Wow, indeed.
I did not expect that. A very, very nice attempt, a very nice fight, a 3 white light good lift.
Yeah, and we usually see sumo be a little harder off the ground and quicker at lockout, but not that much of a stark difference.
Impressive. Now we're moving on to the third and final round for the first flight. Back to back, we have the second flight starting. After each and every attempt in the third round, the bar will be cleaned for each and every lifter to get the perfect circumstances to get their third and final lift. Oona Kujala from Finland, 7.5 kilo jump, 7.5 kilo personal best should she get this with 172.5 kilos.
Ooh, a bit of trouble there. And she's trying to lock it out and she's still going. She locks it out, but I'm afraid it may be in vain.
Unfortunately, yeah, she was supporting there on her thighs, but she gave us a spectacle of a third attempt.
Yeah, you can see as her knees lock and unlock, she's using her legs there to pull it up. And when it feels heavy, you just want to do anything you can to get the bar up.
Kaya Goossens from Belgium already defeated her previous personal best by 2.5 on her second. Now to add 5 more. 175. And she's fighting. She keeps locking it out. I think she did.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she assisted, and I'm hoping it wasn't the case.
And she ended the day on a positive note. 2 white lights, a good lift. La dernière, the last one for Clara Hulot from Belgium, 180 kilos. 180 kilos, 180 kilos. And it was a little bit segmented, but I don't think the bar went down. The referees agree. 3 white lights, a good lift. bar is loaded. Carla Swanepoel, Canada, 180 kilo for her third and final deadlift.
Ooh, unfortunately, just a little bit heavy today for her. Yeah, just 4 deadlifts remaining before we move through to the next flight of 69s.
The last attempt for today for Jessica Medwell from Czechia. 182.5 kilo for a 5 kilo personal best.
Wow, she breaks the ground and it's moving after a huge fight. Unfortunately, just a bit too much, but did so well to break the ground there.
She put everything she got into that last lift. And it's amazing she even broke the floor.
Yeah, I would take that as a win in itself. The patience it takes to do that.
Yeah, she was not a quitter. The bar is loaded. Third and final attempt for Amélie Valentova. Czechia, 182.5 kilos for a 7.5 kilo personal best.
Wow, what a fight. She is not giving up.
Unfortunately, it's just a bit too heavy, but we are seeing incredible fights. These women are not pushovers. These are incredibly strong females.
Incredibly strong people, regardless. Wow.
Cornelia Bronhofer from Austria, 185 kilos. And that looks like a great third attempt. 3 white lights for Cornelia. Now the third and final attempt for Betty Hanlon from Great Britain to conclude the first flight, 190 kilos.
This would finish her on a huge 462.5 kilo total. Wow, she breaks the floor again. And she locks it out. It seems if she can break the ground, she will lock it out. And it is a good lift for Betty.
A fantastic flight, wow. If this is the tone setter of the second flight, then we are in for some amazing lifts.
Yeah, you are not wrong there. That was an incredible flight of deadlifts, and they have put the expectations high for the second flight, and I don't think they're going to let us down by the looks of some of these openers. It looks like they've been changed and moved up, both by Busu and Eugenie. Our first opening attempt, we have Jordan Bright of Ireland, 162.5 kilos. Nice, easy attempt and a good lift. She secures herself her total.
Trying out 172.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Romy van Vianen of Netherlands, 172.5 kilos. Wow, lightning fast there. And it is a good lift.
From Germany, weighing 177.5 kilograms.
177.5 kilos on the bar for Pia Jacqueline Ruschka of Germany.
Fantastic opener. 3 white lights for Pia.
Coming up next is Van Savela from Finland. The bar is loaded.
We have Fanny Savela of Finland opening on 180 kilos. And usually we say, oh, the big benchers don't have a big deadlift, but this flight of women are proving us wrong here.
Opening on her personal best.
These girls are total specialists. And a little work off the ground for Fanny. But it is a good lift, a little harder than you want your opener to look.
Yeah, and as you said before, normally with sumo we see hard off the floor, snappy at the lockout, and usually we see easy off the floor and a little bit harder on the lockout with conventional, but this time it was not the case.
Yeah, of course. But emphasis on the word usually, I suppose, with all the athletes being so different.
Also the difference between sumo and conventional. Conventional, you take the bar outside of your legs, and sumo inside of your legs.
Esther Salai of Hungary, 185 kilos for her opening attempt.
That looks great. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, sorry, as you were saying, sumo is when your legs are like this, where they're wider and your hands are on the inside of your legs. And conventional, as you mentioned before, is when your feet are closer and your hands are on the outside. And we have seen great examples of both. $185 kilos for Carolyn Connor of the United States.
And a snappy lockout.
Yeah, it looked really easy for Connor, and it's a good lift.
Coming up next is Noemi Falcon from Italia. The bar is loaded.
We have 3 openers remaining. And first up, we have Noemi Fantin of Italy, 195 kilos. Projected 3rd overall with Salai of Hungary on her tail.
And that is a good lift.
Angelina Bishop's from France, trying out 200 kilograms. The bar is looking.
200 kilos on the bar for Angelina Bouchou of France. Upped it from 190 kilos. Wow, and that was lightning fast. It's going to be a tight race between the 2 French lifters at the top there. And it is a good lift.
Coming up next, Samantha Eugenie, France, trying out 207.5 kilograms. The bar is looking.
207.5 kilos for Samantha Eugenie of France. Also upped her opener from 200 kilos. Really pushing each other here. There's just 2 kilos separating their total currently.
207.5 kilos, only 20 kilos below the world junior deadlift record.
Yeah, and that belongs to Clara Perrault. And that was strong. They also are getting it dangerously close to the world junior total record, also held by Clara. And that concludes our opening attempts. We move straight through to the second attempts now. And we have Jordan Bright of Ireland jumping 7.5 kilos to 175 for her second attempt. Still looking nice and strong there. And it is a good lift. Romy van Vianen of the Netherlands, 185 kilos for her second attempt. A 12.5 kilo jump from her opener.
To match her personal best.
And that is a good lift.
She smiles.
You know when you see a lifter smile, that it moved better than they even expected. Pia Jacqueline Ruska of Germany, 187.5 kilos. A 10 kilo jump from her opener.
Unfortunately, she did lock it out in the end, but the bar went down in the meanwhile.
Yeah, and she shook her head at the top there. She knew the bar dipped. You can see here in the replay, gets so close, dips. I think she goes a bit onto her tiptoes was the reason for that, but has her third attempt still to go. We have Fanny Savela of Finland jumping 10 kilos to 190. Taking her time with her setup. Still has 30 seconds to get the down command. Plenty of time.
Is she able to break the floor? This is the hard part, and she does.
Wow, an incredible effort, and managed to add 10 kilos on what looked like a hard opener,
Yeah.
but clearly for Fanny is not, and it's a good lift.
It did not seem that different to her opener.
No, a bit slower towards the lockout there, but she did a great job of getting that up. We have Esther Salai of Hungary, 195 kilos. And it's now getting close towards that third overall between Connor, Salai and Fanton.
And that looks good. It's a 3 white light, good lift.
Yeah, and that is going to come down to third attempts to determine who is going to sit in bronze position overall. The favorite, of course, being Naomi Fanton. Carolyn Conn of the United States, 197.5 kilos. This pulls her into deadlift bronze for the time being, with Fanton, Bouchou and Eugenie to follow. Her opener was really nice and quick. Can she replicate that on her second? She seems to. Wow, still moving really well, even with a 12.5 kilo jump. And it is a good lift for Connor. Naomi Fanton of Italy now, jumping 10 kilos to 205, moving her into the deadlift silver position for the time being on seconds, and sitting in bronze overall, which is what she's going to want to keep with these extra kilos. And wow, still moving so well for there, and puts her in a great position to pull last of all of those fighting for third, and potentially with the biggest jump. And Arina Bouchou of France, jumping 10 kilos to 210 for her second attempt. She is fighting neck and neck with Eugenie for that gold overall, with the same jump from their openers to their second. Wow, and it is still moving at lightning speed. And it is a good lift. We now have Samantha Eugenie of France, 217.5 kilos, which puts her 10 kilos below the World Junior Deadlift record and the World Junior total record. We now have Samantha Eugenie of France, jumping 10 kilos to 217.5 to pull back ahead of Bouchou. And still moving well for Samantha there.
Very impressive.
And 3 white lights, a good lift. And it's going to come down to who can pull the most on their final attempt. Eugenie is currently sitting in a lead by 2 kilos. So it's really tight there. And she has put 230 kilos in for her third and final attempt. And we'll wait and see whether that's a record attempt or whether she's put a placeholder in. But I imagine she will drop that to what she needs to win. We move through to our third and final attempts now. We have 185 kilos for Jordan Bright of Ireland. 10 kilo jump from her second. And looks good from here. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new 5 kilo PB for her. $187.5 kilos for Pia Jacqueline Ruska of Germany. Didn't manage to get it on her second, but retaking it here for her third and final attempt. And that looked good. And 3 white lights, a good lift. She just missed it on her second as the bar dipped. And we've had an attempt change come in from Romy van Vienen of the Netherlands. Moving her final deadlift to 190 kilos. This doesn't change her position too much. But a 5 kilo jump from her second. Moves her from 10th to 9th overall. But unfortunately, it's just a little bit too heavy for Romy today. $195 kilograms for Fanny Savela of Finland for her third and final attempt. Now we know that she's a slow puller, but she's managed to lock them out each and every time regardless. Can she do the same here on her final attempt?
Can she break the floor?
She does.
And again, locks it out.
Absolutely incredible from Fanny. It's a good lift and an incredible way to end the day. Fanny's opener looked like what some people's third attempt looked like. So an incredible job from the finish lifter there. We just have 5 deadlifts remaining. We have Esther Salai of Hungary, 202.5 kilos. For her third and final attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump from her second. Wow. And locks it out. Just waiting for the third referee there to confirm. 3 white lights, a good lift, and we've had another attempt change. And it came from Caroline Connor of the United States, looking to overtake her to sit in 4th overall. She wants to be in that top 4. 3rd is out of reach now. That belongs to Fanton of Italy. But 202.5 kilos for Caroline Connor of the United States to pull her into 4th overall. She breaks the ground, manages to lock it out nice and strong. And that is a good lift. She pulls herself into 4th overall, ahead of Salai of Hungary. They ended with the same total, but Connor was lighter by 100 grams. We have just 3 lifts remaining. And they are all absolutely massive. We have Anderina Bouchou of France, 217.5 kilos, 10 kilos below the world junior deadlift record. And 2 kilos below the world, sorry, 4.5 kilos below the total record. Manages to lock it out. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift. That pulls her 5.5 kilos ahead of Eugenie for the time being. And we've seen Eugenie drop now to 225 kilos to pull what she needs to win. We have Noemi Fanton of Italy now. 220 kilos, a 15-kilo jump. She secured bronze overall. This will pull her into deadlift gold for the time being, with Samantha Eugenie to follow. But unfortunately, 15 kilos was just too much of a jump for Fanton. She remains in 3rd place overall and in deadlifts, so doesn't lose anything out there. It was worth a shot. Her position wouldn't have changed otherwise. And we have 1 deadlift remaining now. Already walking away with the deadlift gold medal. She wants it all. We have Samantha Eugenie of France pulling 225 kilos, matching. This will pull her ahead of Bouchou by 2 kilos. And she breaks the ground and locks it out. Samantha Eugenie is your new 69-kilo junior world champion. And what a strong end to the day there. What an incredible session from the 69-kilo women. Samantha Eugenie walks away with gold overall. Anderina Bouchou of France walks away with silver. And Noemi Fanton of Italy walks away with bronze. What incredibly strong women we've had and seen in this session. We'll be going straight through to the medal ceremony. Don't go anywhere. We start our next session at 2 o'clock, and that will be the 76 kilo sub-junior and junior women. Don't go anywhere.
Congratulations to you all, starting with the best results for 69 kilograms sub-juniors, beginning with squats. The third place goes to Ireland, Olivia Mike. Kazakhstan is second, Amina Karimova. And Great Britain heads first with Lawrence Anderton. Thank you very much. Moving now to bench press. The third is Kazakhstan, Amina Karimova. Second goes Mini Kopera from Finland. And the gold medal goes to Great Britain, Emily Byrne. Congratulations. Moving now to Deadlift. The third place goes to Great Britain, Emily Byrne. Second is from Egypt, Haya Khaled. And gold goes to Great Britain, Lawrence Anderton. Thank you very much. Let's see now the totals for 69 kilograms sub-juniors. Third place goes to Haya Khaled, Egypt. Emily Byrne from the Great Britain is second. And Great Britain also takes the gold to Lewis Anderton. Please rise for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Up, please.
Congratulations, Great Britain, Lewis Anderton. Moving on now to juniors, 69 kilograms, beginning with Scots. The third place goes to France, Samantha Eugenie. Second comes Ireland, Jordan Wright. And the gold heads for France, Anderina Bishops. Thank you. Moving on to bench press now. The third place goes to France, Anderina Bishops. Second comes Finland, Van Saveda. And the gold heads for France, Samantha Eugenie. Thank you very much. Coming up next is Deadlift. Third place goes for Italy, Noemi Fanton. Anderina Bishops for France is second. And Samantha Eugenie from France, the Let's get going. Congratulations, champs. Moving on now to titles. Third place is Italy, Noemi Phantom. Angelina Bouchard from France is second. And Samantha Eugenia gets the gold for the turtles and takes it home to France. So please all rise for France's national anthem.
Allez les filles, on veut vous entendre.
Congratulations, France and Samantha Eugenia. Congratulations to all the athletes for being here today. This is